What's up, you guys? It's your boy T Studio X coming at you live from the bedroom of my apartment. And as you can tell by the title, I'm going to do trivias about cars, like vehicles, cars, trucks. I'd love to do like the I mean the the types of engines. One example: 6-cylinder engine, 8-cylinder engine, 4-cylinder, 3-cylinder, 5-cylinder, 10-cylinder, 12-cylinder, and so on. It is May 6th, 2021 at 8:01 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. What's up, Nina Vixen? Long time no see. Yeah, yesterday I done an angry rant video about YouTube taking back my watch time hours because I've been checking on my watch time hours. I seen them going down, and it's frustrating. And I need to know when my watch time hours isn't going up and stuff like that. Sometimes YouTube just loves playing them damn games. It's what they love to do. And that shouldn't happen at all. You mean I'm not the only one, but people would have a common problem like I am in. Other accounts, other people who has over 1,000 subscribers are having a hard time getting their watch time hours. And I'm one of them. But, I can see if I share this on the community tab. So I like to pray for Chills TV. I like to pray for him. I like to pray for a fellow person that I know who plays that guitar, CC Ryder. I gotta pray for her as well. CC Ryder and the Knights. If you haven't known, if you haven't heard of CC Ryder, I heard that she, I forgot what happened to her, but I like to pray for CC Ryder. CC Ryder. Can't even find her channel either. But I know she's that be real. I know she plays the guitar and she sings pretty awesome. But I'd like to pray for her. I like to pray for the so I like to pray for the people who are in those dark corners. that are, that are weeping because the troubles that they've gone through, the sickness that they've gone through, the frustration that they've gone through, all of that. So first, before I do the main topic, I'd like to do some Bible verses about thievery and help. By thievery, what YouTube's been doing, stealing watch time hours off of these channels for no reason at all. So these are the Bible verses that YouTube's doing to sin. So the Bible verses is about stealing, greed, thief, and selfishness. First Corinthians 6:9 through 11. First Corinthians 6:10. Romans 13:9. Matthew 15:17 through 19. Exodus 22, verse 2 through 4. Proverbs 16:30 through 31. Proverbs 20:18. Proverbs 10, 2. Proverbs 10, 2. Proverbs 10, verse 2 through 13. Through 3. Hosea 12, 6 through 8. Leviticus 19:13. Proverbs 11:1. Exodus 21:16. Deuteronomy 24:7. Proverbs 29:24 through 25. Psalms 50:17. Psalms 15:17. Galatians 6:7. Numbers 32:23. Ezekiel 33:15 through 16. Psalms 32:4 through 5. Ephesians 4:28. 1 Timothy 6:10. Exodus 20:15. Exodus 22:7. Hosea 4:2. John 10:10. Leviticus 19:11. Luke 19:8. Mark 10:19. Matthew 19:18. Proverbs 10:2. Proverbs 12:22. Proverbs 20:17. Psalm 62:10. Romans 13:7. Leviticus 6:2 through 4. I think I said this. Did I say that the other one? No, I did. I didn't say that. So Leviticus chapter 6, verse 2 through 4. And then Exodus 22:1 through 4. So these Bible verses talks about stealing, greed, thievery, selfishness, kidnapping, accomplices. So it talks about dishonest gain, business, kidnapping, accomplices. Thieves get away with it. Those are the two verses tells you about what thieves are getting away with it. Galatians 6:7 and Numbers 32:23. Turning away from stealing. So it tells you about that. These are the verses for helping other in need. YouTube definitely needs that because people are struggling with their watch time hours and stuff like that, and putting videos up. But in real life, people need help on pretty much everything. Philippians 2:4, Matthew 25:31-40, Galatians 6:2, Proverbs 19:17, Romans 12:13, Hebrews 13:16, John 15:12, Matthew 5:16, Proverbs 22:9, Matthew 5:42, Romans 15:1, Proverbs 3:27, and Acts 20:35. Those are the Bible verses. It's about helping in hand. It's about help. So if you guys are Christians, read those Bible verses. Because, I believe in Christianity. I believe in Christians. I'm talking about true Christians. And I'm going to be doing prayers for that. Please, so, dear Lord, please help. Please help with the struggles here on this platform. But not just the not just the internet. Not just that, but help us with the struggles here on YouTube. People are having stress on YouTube because the algorithms are so way out of whack. Dear Lord, please fix them. We know that bots doesn't have souls. Us real humans, we have souls. We have souls. SOULS, souls. We believe that you are three in one. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Please help us with the struggles. and help these channels to get monetized. Please help. Please help heal his heart for Chills TV. Please heal his heart for Chills TV. Chills TV needs your help, God. CC Rider needs your help as well. CC Rider, she's a awesome good singer. She loves playing that guitar. She loves music like I do. Please heal her up. Please help us with the struggles. Please help us with the please heal us with please soften our hearts. We are tired of getting stoned and deceived by the devil. We know that the robots aren't humans. They're machines. The robots, they're machines. They're not even human being. They may be a rep. It may be the resemblance of a human being, but it's not. It's not a human being. It's a machine. It has no soul. Robots have no soul. Us real humans, we do have souls in our body. We do have souls in our body. Us real humans do. But the robots, they don't. They don't have souls. And please help us with the fellow YouTuber, fellow content creators struggling, try to fight to get to their goals and stuff like that. Only pray for the living, only. Only pray for the living, not the dead. Only for the living. So, yep. Dear Lord, please help us overcome the algorithms here on YouTube. Help us make our analytics look good with those green arrows on our analytics. And please help us overcome these darn purges that YouTube's been doing, and plus the changes that they've made so far. The terms of service that they change, the policies that they change. Help us overcome these evil changes that YouTube does, and YouTube just gives us bad news. The devil told you to do some changes, removing features, and the devil, we are we are no longer belong to the devil. We are no longer belong to the devil because the devil is evil. The devil is a liar, a manipulator. He came to steal, kill, and destroy. But dear Lord, help us with our frustrations and our stress. There are so much trouble on YouTube. Dear Lord, we know that the whole entire YouTube and Google platform is rigged. We know that the whole thing is rigged. Please help us. With our content creators as we put content. As we put videos on our channels and stuff like that. And dear Lord, I hope that you're hearing me. I want these prayers to be answered, not ignored. I like the prayers to be answered and stuff like that. I know people like to have their prayers. People like to have their prayers answered as well. I would pray for the sick. I would pray for yeah, I would definitely pray for the sick. I would definitely pray for the people that are troubled, struggling. We know that the time is short. And we know that the battle belongs to you. Please help us setting our burdens to the altar and leave them behind. In your precious name. Every morning, I go to the church for the house of worship. Every Saturday morning for their practice. Every Saturday morning, I go to practice from 9 to noon. And we sing praises as we practice songs and stuff like that. And then we do the prayer after that. And then the Sunday worship service, we worship the Lord. We want Lord in our hands. We want Lord in our heart. And please help us with the struggles here in the world, the prices that is going up. People are having trouble with the financial problems because of the prices that it's going up that people cannot afford. Like you mentioned, Lord, you said that you will never forsake us. Lord, that you will never leave us behind. We'd like to follow your footsteps to your kingdom of mansions. So we mentioned about help other in need. Philippians 2:4, Matthew 5:31 through 40, Galatians 6:2, Romans 12:13, Hebrews 13:16, John 15:12, Proverbs 9:19-17, Matthew 5:16, Proverbs 22:9, Matthew 5:42, Romans 15:1, Proverbs 3 verse 27, and Acts 20 verse 35. And I'd like to pray for another person. I heard that Josh Myers United and Jody, they got kicked out of their homes and stuff like that. But I hope they'll get their homes back. I would pray for. I would definitely pray for Josh Myers United. Felt sorry for that guy and Jody. Like to pray for that one. That's the one I almost forgot. Josh Myers United. So definitely need to pray for him. And I hope Josh Myers United. I hope he has. And I hope he'll find a place to live and stuff like that. So I pray for Josh Myers United. I'll pray for CC Ryder that is very sick. Chills TV. I hope that God will heal his heart. Lift him up. Lift him up and lift him up. With power and glory. In your name, amen. What's up, Chrysler Imperial Ace? Good to see you. Does anybody else needs to pray and stuff like that? I mean, need some prayer? Anybody need prayer? I'm gonna get my TV dinner. I'm gonna have some TV dinner tonight. Okay, should I go to the topic? I would like to do. Cars. So that'll be for the topic for tonight. I know on the schedule I was gonna do the American Truck Simulator episodes. So what's going to do the episodes Mondays at 7, Tuesdays at 7, Thursdays at 6 p.m. But and you see if we could try to start that one back on Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And yesterday I was going to do the shout out birthday to Classic Justino, but I had a hard time. I mean, instead of that, I had a rant about might decrease in lunchtime hours. And sometimes the purge just gets so freaking annoying. Right now I'm eating chicken and broccoli and rice with cheese. Isn't that look so delicious? And I'm gonna have some diced mangoes from Del Monte. Del Monte. That's how it's, what it is. I'm gonna cook me another one of those. Yeah. As of now, my analytics looks like crap. Looks so bad anymore. Here's the first question of the night. What's in between the V power engine, the inline six, the V power engine, the inline power engine, and the VR powered engine? Also, there is Boxer and it basically, yeah, Boxer and Flat. So some of the V power motors, they have a V6. V6, and there's a V8, and there's a V10. One example, Dodge Viper. I think it has a 8.4 liter V10. So I'm gonna start with the V6 first. The V6 is a six-cylinder piston engine where the cylinders share the common crankshaft, and it's arranged in a V configuration. The first V6 engine designed and produced independently by Martin Motor Car Company, Dukes Gas Motor and Fabric or something like that. Fabric with a K. And Delahaye, whatever it pronounced, Delahaye. Engines built after World War II, including Lancia V6 engine in 1950 for the Lancia Aurelia, whatever it pronounced, and the Buick V6 engine in 1962 for the Buick Special. The V6 layout has become the most common layout for six-cylinder automotive engines. There's 60-degree V angle, 90 degrees V angle, 120 degrees V angle, and other angles 45, 54, 65, 72, 75, 80. Those are the angles. 45 degree angle. M EMD 567 and EMD 645 locomotive. Marine and stationary diesel engines. The engines are based on V8s and V16s. V16 engines, which also used a V angle of 45 degrees. 54 degree V angle. 1956 to 1975 Ferrari Dino automotive engine. The V angle was increased from with a the common 60-degree angle allow large carburetor to be used for potentially higher power in racing tools. Crank pins with the offset 55 degrees within every pair of cylinders were used to achieve the even firing intervals of a 60-degree V6 engine. The 2009 Nissan Renault W, I mean Nissan Renault V9X automotive engine, automobile engine, automobile engine also use a 65-degree bank and 60 65 degrees 65-degree bank angle to allow a turbocharger to fit in between the cylinder banks. 72-degree V power. V. Mercedes-Benz Blue Tech Automo Mercedes-Benz Blue Tech automobile engine, diesel engine. It uses a crank pin offsets by 48 degrees to achieve an even firing interval. 75 degrees. From 1992 to 2004, Isuzu V engines used in the Isuzu Rodeo and Isuzu Trooper. These engines were produced in both single overhead cam and dual overhead cam versions. A 75-degree V6 engine is also used by the 2016 presents Honda NSX 80 degrees 80 degrees 80 degree V angle. From 1988 Honda RA 168E engine used in the McLaren P4/4 Formula One car. So I mentioned about 45, 54, 65, 72, 75, and 80. So those are the other angles. So I'm going to mention about then other numbers 60, 90, 120. And to start with 60. A V angle of 60 degrees is optimal configuration of V6 engines regarding engine balance, and when individual crank pins are used in each cylinder. And even firing interval of 120 degrees can be used. The firing interval is a multiple of 60 of the 60-degree V angle. Therefore, combustion force can be balanced through use of the appropriate firing order. The inline three engines that forms each cylinder bank, however, produces unbalanced rotating and reciprocal forces. These forces remain unbalanced in all V6 engines, often leading to the use of a balance belt shaft to reduce the vibration. In 1950, the 1950 Lancia V6 was pioneer was pioneering in its use of a throw six, six throw, not throw six, a six throw crankshaft in order to reduce vibration. More rigid designs often use as a three throw crankshaft with flying arms between the crank pins to allow in even firing intervals of 120 degrees to be achieved. A pair of counterweights on the crankshaft can then be used to almost perfectly cancel out the primary forces and reduce the secondary vibrations to acceptable levels. The engine melts could be designed to absorb the remaining vibrations. A 60-degree V angle results in a narrower engine overall than V6 engines with larger V engines. V angles. Sorry, I had to type. Try to draw some people in the chat. Seems pretty empty though. This angle often results in the overall engine size being a cube shape, making the engine easier to fit either longitudinally or vertically in the engine compartment. 90-degree V angles of the engine. Many manufacturers, particularly American ones, built V6 engines with V angle 90 degrees based on their existing 90-degree V8 engines. Such configurations are easy to design by moving two cylinders and replace the V8 engine's four-row crankshaft with a three-throw crankshaft. This reduced design costs allow the new V6 to share components with the V8 and sometimes allow manufacturers to build the V6 and V6 and V8 engines on the same production line. Downsides: a 90-degree design or a wider engine, which is more vibration prone than a 60-degree V6. The initial 90-degree V6 engines, such as the Buick Fireball V6 engine, had 3 shared crank pins arranged at 120 degrees from each other due to their origins from the V8 engines. The result? This resulted in uneven firing order, with half of the cylinders using an interval of 90 degrees and other half using an interval of 150 degrees. The uneven firing resulted in rough running engines with unpleasant vibrations at lower engine speeds. Some modern 90-degree V6 engines reduce the vibrations using a split crank pins offset by 30 degrees between the piston pairs, which creates an even firing intervals at 120 degrees for all cylinders. For an example, the 1977 Buick 231 or 231. So this is what I say when I say 231. So that's why I do not put the word "and" in there, because it sounds pretty dumb when I put. Let's say it sounds pretty dumb. 131. That's why I get rid of the word "and." So this is how I say the triple digit number. In 1977, Buick 231 even fire V6 engine has an upgrade version of the Buick Fireball engine with a split pin crankshaft to reduce vibration by achieving an even firing order, such as the split crank pin is weaker than the straight one, but the modern metallurgical techniques, that's hard to pronounce, can produce a crankshaft it's adequately strong. A balanced shaft and or crankshaft counterweights can be used to reduce vibrations in a 90-degree V6 engines. (120 degree V) 100 120-degree V angle engines. At a glance, 120 degree 120 degrees might be the optimal V angle for a V6. Some pairs of pistons in alternate banks can share crank pins and a three throw crankshaft in the combustion forces of and balanced by the firing fire the firing intervals being equal to the angle between the cylinder banks. A 120 degree configuration, unlikely the 60-degree or 90-degree configurations, would not require crankshafts with flying arms. Split crank pins or 7 main bearings to be even firing. However, the primary imbalance caused by odd numbers of cylinders in each bank still remains in a 120 V6 engine. This differs the perfect balance achieved by a 90-degree V8 engine with a commonly use of cross-plane crankshaft, because the inline four engine in each bank of the V8 does not have this primary imbalance. The 120-degree design also results in a large width of the engine being only slightly narrower than a flat six engine, which does not have imbalance problems of the V6 engine. Therefore, the flat six has been used in various automobiles. Whereas use of 120-degree V6 engines has been limited to a few trucks and racing car engines, with the exception of McLaren automobile M630 or M630 V6 engine, which uses a 120-degree bank angle with a single balance shaft to eliminate the primary couples. The McLaren M630 engine has also the McLaren M630 engine also takes advantage to the wide angle by placing turbochargers inside the V, commonly known as the hot V configuration. So, pretty much, I mentioned about the V6 engines. Like I mentioned, the V6 engine is a six-cylinder piston engine where the cylinder share the common crankshaft and are arranged in a V configuration. Sometimes some people pronounce it V as a letter or V as in VEE. Okay, next one, I'm going to be moving over to the inline six. So I'm just going to look up inline six. Inline six or straight six. So the straight six engine, as known as or referred to be as an inline six, abbreviated as an I6 or L6, is an inter intercombustible engine with six cylinders mounted in a straight line along the crankcase, and all the pistons are driving a common crankshaft straight engine. The bank of the the bank of the the bank of the bank of cylinders may be oriented at any angle, and where the the bank inclined away from the vertical, and the engine is sometimes called a slant six. although this is although this also a Chrysler specific design. A straight six is the simplest engine layout possesses both primary and secondary mechanical balance, resulting in much less vibrations than engines with fewer cylinders. One example with the inline six, a BMW M20B25 engine with a cylinder head removed shows the pistons in the cylinders of the engine. The inline six-cylinder firing order 153624. Here's one example I mentioned like at least like maybe a week ago or a couple weeks ago. 300 cubic inches, 4.9 inline six. It's usually like in trucks like Ford F-150s or something like that. in the 90s, like let's say 94 as a one example, maybe 91 for one example. I know there's a 4.9, that's for 4 liter inline six in Jeeps, but not just Jeeps, but not just Jeeps. Not just Jeeps. I know there's 4 liter inline six. I think I think there's some of them in, let's say, yeah, the Jeep started like in the late 90s. Let's say a 1997 Jeep Wrangler with a 4 liter inline six. That's one example of that. And there's the Jeep Grand Cherokee. I think those have like the inline six. I think some of these ones that are in the 90s has the inline six, the 4 liter. It's the Chrysler Hemi 6, unique to Chrysler Australia. So the VR6s, I think they're in Volkswagens, I believe. There's a so I just go look up VR6s. So VR6s is an engine. VR6s are V6 piston engines with a narrow angle between the cylinder banks and a single cylinder head covering both banks of cylinders. Volkswagen Group introduced the first VR6 engine in 1991. VR6 engines are currently remain in production from from 1997 to 2006. Volkswagen also produced a 5-cylinder VR5 based on the VR6. The top views of the engines: left, the V engine. The center is the VR. Wait a minute. The top view of the straight engine is on the far left. So the cylinders are lined up in a row. So that would be the straight engines. There's the straight 4 and the straight 6. I'm gonna say inline 4, inline 6. In the middle, in the center, yeah, in the middle, in the center, there's the V engine, and the VR engine is on the far right. This is looking at the configurations, the diagram on that on Wikipedia. The diagram showing the differences in port links in between a V6 and a VR6. I think they only made VR6s and only for Volkswagens, I believe. The name VR6 comes from German initials for a V-Power German V motor and a straight inline engine called, I forgot what it's called. Thank you for the 7 likes. Let's see if we can share this on Facebook. So, what's your favorite vehicle that you love driving?
Reihenmotor. Ryan motor.
I'm gonna say Ryan motor. I think R is for Ryan motor. V Ryan motor, and then 6-cylinder. Sometimes it goes with the 5-cylinder. So the VR6 comes from the German initials for V engine, which is German V motor, and a straight inline engine, German Ryan motor. Therefore, the VR is described as the V inline engine known as the VR motor. So the VR6 engines share a common cylinder head for the 2 banks of cylinders, only 2 camshafts needed for the engine, regardless of whether the engine has 2 or 4 valves per cylinder. This simplifies engine constructions and reduces costs. Says the cylinders are not located in the center line of the combined cylinder head. The length of the intake and exhaust ports are different for each bank. Without compensation, these varying port lengths would result in two banks of cylinders producing different amounts of power in a particular engine RPM. The difference in port lengths are compensated for the length of the runners in the intake manifold, the camshaft overlap, and lift profile, or a combination of thereof. The Volkswagen VR6s are designed for transverse engines installations in front-wheel drive vehicles. A narrowing of 15 degrees between two cylinder banks reduce the width of the engine compared to the traditional V6 engine. Therefore, the VR6 is easier to fit within an engine bay that was originally designed for a four-cylinder engine. I know there's 12 valve versions and the 24 valve versions. So remember, the VR6, the VR6 engines the VR6 engines are V6 engine. The VR6 engines are V6 piston engines with a narrow angle between the cylinder banks and a single cylinder head covering both banks of cylinders. And remember what the VR6 stands for. V, which I believe it stands for the V motor. I mean, basically, it's a V line engine. I mean, the V inline engine, known as the VR engine. I think it's like it. I think it's like only in Volkswagens, I believe. Okay, I've done the V6, I've done the inline 6, and now I've just done the VR6. I can see we try to do Boxer 6 engine. That you should put in like pork sauce. The flat or a horizontal. So the question is, what's in between a flat 6 and the wait a minute, I just looked up Boxer. I mean flat engine. A flat A flat engine known as horizontally opposed engine is a piston engine where the cylinder is located on either side of the central crankshaft. It is officially a V engine with a 180-degree angle between the cylinder banks. A flat engine should not be confused with the opposed piston engine, in which each cylinder has two pistons sharing the central combustion chamber. Most common configuration. The most common configuration of the flat engines is the boxer engine. Here's one example. Porsches. Let's say Porsche Cayman S. I think it has a boxer engine in it, or a flat engine in it. Honda Valkyrie, which is a motorcycle. I believe it's got a flat six in it. It's got a flat six. The motorcycle. I'm talking about the Honda Valkyrie, which has the flat six. There's also Boxer 4 or a flat 4. What's up, House of Entertainment? What? How's it going? House of X Entertainment. How are you doing? What's up, Video Gamer Lover 58? Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. Great to see you. So right now it's just talking about the configurations of the engine. So I talked about the V-Power engine, the VR6 engine, talked about the inline 6 engine, but it's not just the inline 6, but I'm talking about the V engines. That shapes like a V. That's configured with a V. The inline engines, which would be the cylinders that's lined up in a line. There's inline 3, inline 4, inline 6. There's an inline 5. The V-Power, I believe there's the V-Power engines, there's the V6, and there's also the V8. I think V8s are pretty common. So make sure you grab these channels out. Make sure you grab that new one that's in the chat. That's in the gray. Video Gamer Lover 58. Make sure you grab him up. Make sure you show him some real love. Make sure you show him some love. Right now, I just gotta read the rest of the stuff about flat engines. The most common configurations of flat engines is the boxer engine, where each pairs of opposing cylinders move inward and outwards at the same time. Other configurations called the 180-degree V engine, and has each crank pin shared by a pair of cylinders. Boxer engines are a type of flat engines. However, the flat engines are not necessarily boxer engines. The first flat engine was built in the first flat engine was built in 1897 by Carl Benz. Flat engines have been used in various aviation, motorcycles, and automobile applications. And now, and are no less common than straight engines. For less common, for less than six, and V engines for engines with six or more cylinders in cars, but are much more common in aircraft, where straight engines are rarity and V engines becomes most non-existent. Other than the historical types. And they have even placed the radio engine. Not radical, radio engine. Basically, radio engines in many smaller installations. Radio engines, they usually have that in airplanes and stuff like that. So the radio engines, like one example, a plane usually have a propeller in the front, and it's driven by the engine. The flat six engines are I'm just gonna okay. There are flat four engines, flat six engines, flat eight, flat 10, flat 12s, and flat 16s. They know they have flat 16s. And there's flat twin for motorcycles. I know there's V twin for motorcycles as well. But I know there's V twins for motorcycles, like in Harley Davidson's, Harleys. I know there's like one example. So the advantage of flat engines are short length, low center of mass, and being well suited to air cooling. Compared to straight engines, the most common layout of engines with four-cylinder or less, flat engines have better primary balance, resulting in less vibration. However, the disadvantage increase with and need to have two cylinder heads compared to a V engine. The most common layout for engines with six cylinders or more. Flat engines have a lower center of mass and a better primary balance with V6 engines. However, they usually have a larger width. Flat twin engines are mostly used and motorcycles. Occasionally been used in light cars, aircrafts, and industrial applications, mostly up to until the 1960s. The flat four engines. The flat four engines are mostly used in cars, particularly in the earlier Volkswagen Type 1 to 4 by Subaru. In the most of their models, and have occasionally been used in motorcycles. The most common use is in smaller single-engine aircraft, in which they are still manufactured and used to this day. The flat six engines. Flat six engines are mostly used in cars, particularly by Porsche 911 sports car, and has occasionally been used in motorcycles and aircrafts. Flat eight engines. Flat eight engines have been used in several racing cars, mostly by Porsche in the 1960s. Flat 10. Flat 10 engines. Flat 10 engines are not known to have reached production. The prototype road car engine was built by Chevrolet in the 1960s. Flat 12s. Flat 12 engines have been used in various race cars, notably the Porsche 917K during the 1960s and the 70s, and the Ferrari road cars as Ferrari road cars from 1973 to 1996. Flat 16 engines are not known to have reached its production. Prototype racing cars engines were built by Coventry and Porsche in the 1960s and the 1970s. The Boxer configuration. Most flat engines uses a Boxer configuration where each pair of opposing pistons move inward and outward at the same time, somewhat like boxing. Competitors punching their gloves together before a fight. Boxer engines have low vibrations. Since they are only common configuration has no unbalanced forces regardless to the number of cylinders. The Boxer engines therefore do not require a balance shaft or counterweights on the crankshaft to balance the weight of the reciprocating parts. However, in the case of Boxer engines have fewer than six cylinders, a rocking couple a a rocking couple is present since each cylinder is slightly offset from its opposing pair due to the distance between the crank pins along the crankshaft. The 180-degree V engine. The alternative configuration for flat is as a 180-degree V engine, which has been used on most 12-cylinder flat engines. In this configuration, of each pair of pistons shares a crank pin. Rather, the Boxer configuration where each piston has its own crank pin. Motorcycle use. Flat engines offer several advantages for motorcycles, including a low center of mass, low vibration, suitability for craft drive, even cooling the cylinders for air-cooled engines. The common design of flat engines for motorcycle is a Boxer twin. Beginning with the 1905 V manufactured by the Light Motor Company, flat twin was the first production motorcycle to use a flat engine. The BMW Motorrad has a long history of Boxer twin motorcycles, beginning in 1923 with a BMW R32. Several motorcycles have been produced with a flat four engines, such as the 1938 and 1939. Zoomed up, whatever it pronounced, K800 and 1974 through 1987 Honda Goldwing. In 1987, the Honda Goldwing engine was upsized to a flat six design. There's also H engines. I think H stands for horizontal. V, which is the V engine that shapes like a letter V. There's the W engine. A W engine is a type of piston. A W engine is a type of piston engine where 3 or 4 cylinder banks use the same crankshaft resemble as of letter W as a viewed in the front from the front. And there's the X engine. An X engine is a piston for an X engine is a piston engine with 4 banks of cylinders around a common crankshaft, such as the cylinders form of the letter X when it's viewed from the front on. Radial engines, which I believe it's radial engine or known as star engines. A radial engine is a reciprocating type intro combustion engine configuration, which the cylinders radiate outward from a central crankcase like the spokes of a wheel. It resembles a star when viewed from the front. And it's also called the star engine in some languages. So there's H engines, there's V engines, W engine. One example, W12 and a hood of the Bentley. Didn't know they have a engine that shapes that is in the X configuration. There's the radio engine, pretty much it shapes like a circle or star or something like that. Probably a circle. But the radio engines, they usually use that on planes. What's up? Walking in the spirit zone. What's up? Hello. I got a notification. You're live. How are you? Doing pretty good. I know the notifications are so slow and stuff like that. Because let's say if I went live or drop a video, it should instantly, the notification, it should instantly should go. I mean, the notification should instantly drop while I do live. It should be, I mean, it should have that. So YouTube, they definitely need they definitely need to fix their notifications. Definitely. They definitely need to fix their notifications. Definitely. So I mentioned about straight. So I mentioned about straight six, straight engines. It could be the i4, could be the inline three. What is the Duramax inline six? 7.8 liter or 7800 series is a inline six. Inline six cylinder diesel power designed by Isuzu. The engine is identical to the Isuzu 6H series platform, assuming to the Duramax name in medium duty GM trucks. So here's what I thought I thought Duramax only made V8s, but I was completely wrong. Nowadays, Duramax, I think they made the 2.8 liter four cylinder diesel engine from Duramax in newer vehicles for GM, like trucks. Pickup trucks. I think there's a 6.6 liter. Anyways, I just want to say hello, good night. Hopefully, I'll see you. So he's like, anyways, I wanted to say hi and have a great night. Hopefully, I'll make it to the next live on time. Thank you for the thumbs up. Yeah, I think YouTube, they need to fix their notifications because when people are doing live or drop a video, when the video's dropped onto their channel, at the same time, the notification should pop up. But with a problem like that, they have a sort of delay or something like that. Right now, I'm eating diced mangoes. Tribute to the legendary 4-liter inline six. Chrysler's 4-line inline six. I think they have those. So I think they go up to like 300,000 miles. Jeep engines, the 4-liter inline 6. The 4-liter inline 6 was introduced in the Cherokee in the late 80s and in the Jeep YJ in 1991. The cylinder is designed is based on changes made to fuel injected 2.5-liter I4. The block and cylinder heads are cast iron. It uses 7 main bearings and hydraulic lifters. So there's also a 3.2-liter engine, that's straight 6, with 900, not 900, 195.6 cubic inch at 3.2-liter. It was produced from 1952 to 1965 in an overhead valve and a flathead L head. Side valves versions sometimes referred to 196. It prefers as the 196 engine, the cubic engine. The engine was originally designed by Nash and introduced in 1941 Nash Ambassador 600 model. We know there's types of cylinders. I think there's the 3-cylinder, there's the 4-cylinder, and there's the 5-cylinder, 6-cylinder, 8-cylinder, 10-cylinder, 12-cylinder engines. It says press the like when you come in. It says House of X Entertainment. Make sure you grab up House of X Entertainment. That's the business channel of Watson and Leo's channel. So make sure you grab that channel up. Grab up that business channel. Hopefully that business channel will get to 1K and hopefully that will get monetized. So make sure you grab each other up. Yeah, but there's inline 8, I believe. Yeah, there's inline 8, straight 8, I8 or L8. So that's one of the another straight edges. that I'm just looking up. Straight engine. There's the straight three. I mean, straight six, and there's a straight eight. The straight eight is firing at the firing number order is 147-38526. Let's see if get some. Let's see if this channel will try to get some watch time hours as I push more content. Because I don't want to pull the plug on you guys. I definitely don't want to do that. That's right. I definitely don't want to do that, pulling the plug on you guys. Because I'm not going to make it happen. Yep, yo, it's your boy Leo, and it's me once and yes, honey. I think I hope you did a good job on your live stream. It was pretty awesome. I know, yo, it's your boy Leo. I know you did a good job on your stream. I mean, I really would like to get monetized this year, but I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, I just like to get my watch time hours. You know, it's very hard to get watch time hours. It's, I know it's not, yeah, I know it's not easy, but it's really hard. It's hard to get watch time hours. It's hard to keep them. I mean, I don't like YouTube nowadays with their criteria. I mean, that would have been awesome if YouTube lowers the thresholds for the watch hours from 4,000 to 2,000. But that ain't gonna happen. That ain't gonna happen. Yeah, but it's YouTube. It's either their way or nothing. Pretty much what it is. So those are the inlines and straights. I mean, so these are the other engine configurations. Uh, there's the straight two or the straight twin, inline twin, vertical twin, parallel twin, a two-cylinder engine. So there's two-cylinder engines. There's three-cylinder engine. There's So this there's I2, I3, inline two. Pretty much it's the straight twin engine, the inline twin, vertical twin, or parallel twin, known as a two-cylinder piston engine, where two cylinders are arranged in a line along the common crankshaft. There's also straight three, straight four, inline four, and there's inline five, inline six. They know they have the seven-cylinder engine, the inline seven. They know they have that. There's inline eight. They know they have inline 9 or inline 12, straight 12 or inline 12. And there's an inline 14. Didn't know they have that. There's F2. F2, flat 2, flat 4. Basically, that's for the flat twin. There's W twin, I believe. Nope, there's no such thing. There ain't no such thing. It's called W twin. There's W8. There's W12, W16, W18. Never know they had an 18-cylinder engine. Wonder what that even sounds like. There's two. So there's V2. That's for V-twin motors, like in motorcycles. There's V3. They know they have a V3, V4. That's like in engines. Motorcycle. V5, V6, V8, V10, V12. There's V14 engine, which has 14 cylinders. So didn't know they have V14, V16. V16 engine is a 16-cylinder piston engine where two banks of 8 cylinders are arranged in the V configuration around common crankshaft. V16 engines is less common than engines with fewer cylinders such as V8 and V12 engines. There's the 18-cylinder engines. There must be a lot of cylinders for that one. But go to a bigger number. 20-cylinder engines. And also a 24-cylinder engine. That's a lot of cylinders for a 24-cylinder engine. I don't even know if it's either going to fit in cars or not. If the engine is that big. There's the V24, which is the biggest. There's also the W pattern, W8, W12, W16, and W18. There's also a configurations, 8-cylinder, There's the not the eight cylinder, the H engine. An H engine is a engine piston engine comprising two flat engines comprising two flat engines, most often geared to a common output shaft. The name H engine due to the engine blocks resembling of a letter H. Viewed from the front, the most successful H engine is in this form was the Napier Dagger uh, crap. And its derivatives. The H the H engine is relatively rare layout, with its main use being in aircraft engines during the 1930s and 1940s. 1966 Lotus 43 Formula One car used a 16-cylinder H engine, and an 8-cylinder H engine was used for a powerboat racing in 1970s. A U engine. A U engine is a piston engine made up with two separate straight engines placed side by side, coupled to a shared output shaft. When viewed from the front, the engine resembles the letter U. A single cylinder engine, basically it's a one-cylinder engine. It's so a single cylinder engine is a piston engine with one cylinder. They are often used for motorcycles, motor scooters, go-karts, all-terrain vehicles, basically four-wheelers, radio-controlled vehicles, portable tools, and garden machinery. There's split single engines. In internal combustion engines, a split single engine is assigned a type. It's a type of two-stroke engines. Two-stroke where cylinders share a single combustion chamber. The first production split single engine was built from 1918, and design was on several motorcycles and cars until the mid 1950s. Although one company continued producing split single engines for motorcycles until 1970. During the time, the design was also occasionally used for engines that with four or more cylinders. So I mentioned about the VR. VR6 edges are V6 edges with a narrow angle with the cylinder bank, and the cylinder banks, and a single cylinder head covering both banks of the cylinders. The opposing piston is a piston engine. Each cylinder has a piston at both ends. No cylinder heads. Petrol and diesel opposed piston engines have been used mostly in large-scale applications such as ships, military tanks, and factories. An X engine. An X engine is a piston engine with four banks of cylinders around a common crankshaft, such as the cylinders form of a letter X when viewed from the front. What about rotary engines? I can see if I can look up rotary engines, like the Mazda RX-8, I believe. Rotary engine. Got the triangular pistons. Gotta be the RX-8. Yes, gotta be the RX-8. It's got the rotary engine. And the RX-7, I believe. Thought they had a rotary engine. There's the Mazda RX-8. The Mazda RX-8 is a sports car manufactured by the Japanese automobile manufacturer Mazda between 2002 and 2012. Was first shown in 2001 in North American International Auto Show. It's the successor of the RX-7 and like its predecessor to the RX Rage. It's powered by the rotary Wingo engine powered by the Mazda Wingo engines, family of Wingo rotary combustion cars produced by Mazda. RX-8 was the RX-8 was available for sale in North America from 2003 model. Mazda announced on August 23rd, 2011 that the RX-8 was to be discontinued, citing 2012 model to be the last year of its availability. The RX-8 has been removed from the European market in 2010 after the car failed to meet emission standards due to failing sales. Europe coupled and raised yen prices. Mazda could not justify to the continued sales of the RX-8 in other markets. The MX-5, I believe that's the Miata. The MX-5 are the Miatas, pretty much. So the Mazda RX-8 was produced from February 2003 to June of 2012. 192,094 units were produced. The body style was a four-door coupe. I think it's a quad coupe. A quad coupe is a marketing term used by the car manufacturer Mazda and Saturn to describe their four-door models with coupe-like proportions and rear opening doors to make it easier to enter and exit seats. These quad coupes do not have B pillars. And it's got the 1.3 liter rotary engine. So it came in 5-speed manual, 6-speed manual, 4-speed RC4A-EL automatic, and 6-speed automatic. Back in the 80s, in the 90s, those first Dodge Caravans, Grand Caravans, Dodge Caravan in the 90s, 80s to the 90s, the first generation. I think they used 3 liter. I think it was like a 3-liter Mitsubishi V6, I believe. I'm going 1989 Dodge Caravan. So I'm going to tell you about Dodge Caravan. So the Dodge Caravan and the long-based Dodge Caravan, Dodge Grand Caravan. So I think the Caravan, without the word Grand, which is the shorter wheelbase, and the Grand Caravan is the slightly longer wheelbase. So the Dodge Caravan and the long base Dodge Grand Caravan is a series of minivans was produced by Chrysler. It was produced from 1984 to 2020 models. Model years was offered in both passenger van and cargo van. The short wheelbase Caravan was introduced alongside with the Plymouth Voyager in 1983 and was marketed as Dodge version of the Chrysler minivans. The long base Dodge Grand Caravan was offered along the Plymouth Grand Voyager as well as Chrysler Town and Country in production was from 1987 to 2020. Productions of generations of the productions for 5 generations across 36 model years. Caravan is the longest long-lived Dodge nameplate, 6 years longer than 1980 through 2009 Dodge Ram. Although sold primarily in the United States and Canada, the Dodge Caravan was also marketed in Europe and other international markets as the Chrysler Voyager and the Chrysler Caravan. In North America, a slightly modified rebadged version of the Grand Caravan was marketed in between 2009 and 2014 by the Volkswagen, known as the Volkswagen Routan. Routan spells out Routn, Routan. So basically, it's a Dodge Caravan with the Volkswagen badge, pretty much. A cargo van version was sold by Ram Trucks as the Ram CV Tradesman. Since their introduction into late 1983, over 14.6 billion Chrysler minivans has been sold worldwide. including exports version and versions sold throughout rebranding. The the Dodge Grand Caravan was discontinued after the 2020 model. The 2020 model year and production ended on August 21st, 2020. It was replaced by the revived Chrysler Voyager. In the United States, rebadged as the Chrysler Grand Caravan in Canada. Since 2021 model year. The first generation Dodge Caravan, which is a 3-door minivan. It would have the slide door only on the right. And the model years from, so the model years are from 1984 to 1990. So those vehicles had, so its engines, they had the 2.2 liter K4, the 2.5 liter K4. Basically, the K powered 4, I believe. So they had the 2.2 liter, the K inline 4, the 2.5 liter or 2.5 liter, the KI4, 2.5 liter, which is 2.5 liter with a turbo. So that's a 4-cylinder. So I had the 2.6 liter from Mitsubishi i4, 2.6 liter Mitsubishi G54B, the i4 engine. The 3-liter Mitsubishi G672 V6 engine, and the 3.3 liter EGA V6 engine. So I had the 4-speed automatic, the A460 manual, the 5-speed manual, the 3-speed automatic, the 3-speed A413 automatic, 3-speed 470 automatic, the A470 automatic, the 3-speed A670 automatic, and of course the A604 automatic, the 4-speed automatic. So I had like the 4-speed automatic, switches of 4-speed automatic and a 3-speed automatic, 5-speed manual, and a 4-speed manual. That's for the transmission. So from 1984 through 1990, so that's the first generation. Head on to the second generation. Head on to the second generation from 1991 through 1995. The second generation Dodge Caravan and the Grand Caravan. it had the 2.5. So the engines, it had the 2.5 liter engine. So I had the 2.5 liter EDM inline four engine. Oh yeah, hi, what's up, BG fans all day? Didn't even see you. I love turtles. Pretty much I like turtles too. I love turtles. So followed by the first generation, it had so it's Chrysler, Town and Country, Plymouth, Voyager, but they don't do those anymore. So Plymouth was discontinued. Chrysler, Voyager, that's for like Europe only. So the second generation van, the second generation minivan, the Dodge Caravan with the engine. So it had the 2.5 liter i4, the EDM i4, the 3 liter Mitsubishi V6, the 6G72, the 3.3 liter EGA V6, and the 3.8 liter EGH V6. Transmission it had a 5-speed manual transmission, the 5-speed manual. I think it had the 5-speed manual. The A523 manual transmission, that's the 5-speed manual. The 3-speed A670, which I believe that's either an automatic or something like that. Then there's the 3-speed A413 automatic, and there's also the 4-speed A604 automatic. It's got the 4-speed automatic and the 5-speed manual transmission and the 3-speed automatic in the second generation vans. Okay, moving on to the third generation. Chrysler, Town and Countries, and Dodge caravans. Three and 4-door minivans. So in the third generation, so they started making the slide door on the left, so either or. From 1996 to 2000, the third generation. So the transmission, it came with the 5-speed manual, the Philippines diesel, and most of it's like 3 and 4-speed automatics. There's a 3-speed 31 TH automatic, 3-speed A670 automatic. There's also a 4-speed automatic as well. 41T. There's also a 4-speed automatic and there's a 3-speed automatic. Most of those basically 3 or 4-speed automatic. There's 2.4 liter i4 engines for gasoline. 2.5 liter 2.5 liter VM425 i4, so that's the diesel engine. That's for the Philippines, and the rest of it's from 3 liter, 3.3, and 3.8. They're all V6 engines. They're all gasoline powered engines. So those are the third generation vans. The EGH, which is the 3.8 liter V6 gasoline. 3.3 liter is the EGA, and that's a V6, and that's gasoline E85. I wonder what E85 stands for. Oh, E85, which I believe it's the abbreviation. It's an abbreviation of typically referring to ethanol fuel blend of 85% ethanol fuel and 50% gasoline or other hydrocarbons by volume. So E stands for ethanol, and the 85 stands for, it'll be 85%, the 85th percentile. The 3 liter, which would be the 6G72, which is the gasoline. And the smaller engine, such as the 2.4 liter EZD i4 gasoline engine. Okay, moving on to the 4th generation from 2001 through 2007. From 2000, the 4th generation from 2001 to 2007. The Dodge Grand Caravan, or the it's related to the Chrysler Pacifica, Chrysler Voyager, which I believe they replaced the Plymouth, since Plymouth was discontinued. Chrysler Town and Country. It's pretty much, it's almost like a Dodge Caravan, but a little bit luxurious. 4-door minivan, which has got slide doors on both sides, pretty much. The engines would have the 2.4 liter i4, which I believe they have that in our Chrysler PG Cruiser, which I believe the 2.8 liter CDR diesel engine that's only in the Philippines. There's the 3-liter 6G72 V6 only in China. The LGA, the EGA. So the EGA, which is the 3.3 liter V6, and the 3.8 liter V6 is the the EGH. The transmission had the it had the 3-speed automatic with the 31TH automatic with the 2.4 ETC. And 4-speed automatic 41TE automatic. Okay. To the 5th generation. Hold on a second. Some of these vans, sometimes they have swivel and go and stow and go features. In 2004, Dodge introduced a system of second to third row seating fully completely down under the floor compartments, marked as the stow and go, and was available exclusively on long base models. Long wheelbase models. In development program costs 400 million. Engineers initially used the erector set to visualize to the complex interaction of the design and redesign underfloor compartments. The system including the spare tire well, the fuel tank, exhaust systems, parking brake cables, rear climate control, rear suspension, but pre-included the all-wheel drive. So I think you had the stow and go for the 4th generation. And then the 5th generation, I think they had the stow and go and swivel and go seating. But I think they had the stow and go in 2004, and I think it was like the 4th generation. The 5th generation from 2008 to 2020. So it had so most of these vans nowadays, they have like V6 engines. Some of it's like 3.3, 3.8, 4-liter, 3.6-liter Pentastar. I think most of them are like automatic, I believe. 4-speed. I think there's like this. And also, I think there was a 2.8-liter CRD inline 4 diesel with the 700 176 horsepower with 131 kilowatt hours. Kilowatts, I believe. So choices that they had was the 3.3 liter, 3.8 liter, 4 liter, 3.6 liter, three so 3.6 liter, that's the Pentastar one with 283 horsepower. The 4 liter is 251 horsepower. The 3.8 liter is the 197 horsepower. And the 3.3 liter with the 175 horsepower. Transmission, they had this. 4-speed automatic with a 3.3. The 6.2 TE 6-speed automatic, which is for the 3.6 liter, 3.8 liter, and 4 liter engines. So swivel and go. So Dodge introduced the seating system for 2008 as a swivel and go. So Stow and Go came in 2004 in the 4th generation. And Swivel and Go was introduced in the 2008 models in 2008 for the 5th generation. 5th generation. From 2008 to 2020. So I think that's about 18 years, I believe. Yeah, it's got to be 18 years. Swivel and go. So swivel and go. Yeah, that would be awesome if I drove one of those vans. The swivel and go seating. So in the seating system, 2 full second row seats swivel to face the 3rd row. Detachable table can be placed between the 2nd and 3rd rows. The swivel and go seating includes the 3rd row seating from the Stow and Go. The system offered the Dodge Grand Caravan and the Chrysler Town and Country, but not the Volkswagen Routan. It's a rebadged nameplate variant for the Chrysler minivans. So the reason why I like about Stow and Goes and Swivel and Go, because I like the feature. The seats fold down. The Stow and Go, I think all the seats fold down into the floor. You can turn that as a cargo van or turn it into a bandwagon. Let's say if a person does bandwagons. And I know that the Swivel and Go comes with the 2nd row seats. They turn around to face backwards with the table. Love those models. So they pretty much discontinued the Grand Caravan in 2020. There's the SE models. So look for the models. I think there's the SE model. I think there's the SE, the SXT, and the RT. That's for 2014. I don't even think that Toyota Siennas. I don't even think they even have stow and go or swivel and go, swivel and go. I don't even think they even have that though. Only like Dodge Caravans and Chrysler Town and Country would have the stow and go and swivel and go for the late models, by the way. Well, those vans comes a long ways. Yep, those vans came a long ways, that's for sure. So I'm pretty sure those vans came a long ways. I'm pretty sure it did. So I'm gonna see if I can try to share this out like BHF. I thought I did, but I didn't. The next thing I like to talk about those Ford minivans from Aerostar, from Aerostar to Windstar to Freestar. First, I like to talk about the Ford Aerostar. It's a pretty good vehicle. I remember when I grew up in the vehicle until when I was like 10 years old. So Ford Aerostar was a pretty good vehicle. I remember when we had a blue one, had the bug shield on it. The bug deflector on it. It had like maybe white pinstripes on the side. So I'm going to read about Ford Aerostar from 1985 through 1997, I believe, when they made Ford Aerostars. I know that's the Eddie Bauer version from 1989. So first I'm going to read about the Ford Aerostar. So the Ford Aerostar was produced on June 1985 through August 22nd, 1997. Okay, the Ford Aerostar is a range of vans for that is manufactured by Ford from the 1986 to 1986 to the 1997 models. The first minivan, the first minivan produced by Ford. The model line was marketed against the Chevrolet Astro slash GMC Safari and the first two generations of the Chrysler minivans. Introduced shortly before the Ford Taurus. The Aerostar derives its name from the sloping nose, one box exterior. Although over 6 feet tall, the body of the Aerostar remained a drag confidence of CD. The right of the C there is like the small lowercase d. And the bottom right here going up the C and it equals 0.37. Besting the Lincoln Mark VII, which I believe it's trying to know the Roman numerals. I think it's Mark 4, I believe. Yeah, it's got to be Mark 4, or maybe not. We know III is 3, 5 is V, maybe Mark 7 or something like that. Which I try to believe. So Lincoln Mark VII, the first minivan exclusively by V6 engines. The Aerostar was also one of the first to induce all-wheel drive. The segment of in North America, the model line was okay. The model line was sold multiple configurations, including the passenger and cargo vans, as long as the extended link bodies. Sold primarily into the United States and Canada. Limited numbers of vehicles were exported outside North America. The Ford Aerostar. The Aerostar was replaced for the 1995 by the front-wheel drive Ford Windstar. Ford sold both model lines concurrently through the 1997 model year. The role of the Aerostar cargo was left unfilled. And Ford Transit Connect served the closest successor in terms of size and capability. I mean, capability. So the engines that it had, so the engines that it had, the Lima 2.3 liter four-cylinder engine from 1986 through 1987, the 2.8 liter Cologne V6 engine in 1986, 3 liter Vulcan V6 1986 through 1997, and 4 liter Cologne V6 1990 from 1990 through 1997. The transmission it had 5-speed manual, 4-speed automatic, and 5-speed automatic. So the Lima inline 4, the 2.3, the 140 cubic inch single overhead cam with 100 horsepower from 1986 to 1987. It shared the Ford Ranger, Ford Mustang, Mercury Capri, and Ford LTD. Also shared the Ford Mustang SVO, share single valve overdrive, I believe, or something like that, and a Ford Thunderbird Turbo Coupe in naturally aspirated configuration. The Cologne V6, the 2.8 liter I think the OHV stands for overhead valve. It's got 115 horsepower with 170 cubic inches. 1986 would be the year. 2.8 liter would be the size of the engine, and 6 cylinders in the V configuration, V6. It's shared with the it shared with the Ranger and Bronco too. This engine was only used for the first few months of 1986 productions. The Aerostar was the last North American Ford to use the variant of the Cologne V6. Vulcan V6, the 3 liter, 182 cubic inch overhead valve, I believe, V6, 145 horsepower from 1986 to 1997. It shared the Ford Taurus and the Mercury Sable, the Ford Tempo and Mercury Topaz. The Aerostar was the first rear-wheel drive application of the Vulcan V6. The Vulcan V6 was the only engine from 1989 Ford Aerostar. Cologne V6 engine with the 4-liter, 245 horsepower overhead valve V6, 160 horsepower, 1990 through 1997. It shared it shared with the Ranger Explorer. The 4-liter Cologne V6 was optional in the rear wheel drive versions and standard in all wheel drive examples. Some of the vans had from 1990 through 1997. It had an all wheel drive, but it was electronic. It was electronic 4-wheel drive. So I'm just going to read that paragraph. During the 1990 model year, Ford introduced an all-wheel drive system for the Ford Aerostar, known as E4W, electronic 4-wheel drive. In contrast, for 4-wheel drive systems in Ranger and Ranger/Bronco 2, Bronco the second. The EW4 and the E4WD, the electronic 4-wheel drive, was not intended for off-road. No low range gearing was provided, but provided increased traction in adverse weather conditions without driver input. Using a Dana TC28 transfer case with the center differential regulated by the electronic controlled electromagnetic clutch. All 4-wheel drive has been given traction at all times to accommodate the added weight and friction loss. Friction losses, the option was paired with the higher torque 4-liter V6 in automatic transmission. Developed specifically for the Aerostar, the electronic 4-wheel drive system was offered from 1990 to 1997 on the XLT and Eddie Bauer trims. Ford would not again offer a 4-wheel drive as an option for a van in North America until the 2020 Transit. So there's like the XL models. XL model. There's also XL models do the deluxe trim XLT, keeping that in the truck line. XL models are available that actually cost extra in option of the XL, such as power windows, mirrors, locks, air conditioning, and privacy glass. Okay, I'm gonna see if we can read about the discontinuation of the Ford Aerostar. And I know I grew up in those vans. While the Ford Aerostar has been proven successful in the minivan segment by the end of the 80s, Ford sought to gain a part of the significant market share held by the Chrysler minivans. In 1988, the company commenced design work on the successor to the Aerostar for the plan in 1993 introduction. To complete more than directly against Chrysler, it's is in its new minivan. Ford adopted the form factor of the long wheelbase Chrysler minivans to further match Chrysler what has to become the 1995 Ford Windstar adopt a front-wheel drive sedan underpinnings developed alongside the 2006 Ford Taurus. I mean, not 2006, 1996. 1996 Ford Taurus. Well, as the Ford Aerostar was being ready, as the Ford Aerostar was being readied for a 1995 model year introduction. In 1994 was set to be the final year for the Ford Aerostar. In a fashion, similar plan was replacement to the Fox platform Ford Mustang with a Mazda-based coupe in the late 80s. Ford received a negative reaction from its dealer and the public. In response, Ford announced it would sell both the Aerostar and the Windstar for the upcoming future. On March 17, 1997, Ford announced the discontinuation of the Ford Aerostar along with the Ford Aspire, the Ford Probe, and the Ford Thunderbird or / Mercury Cougar. The final vehicle rolled out off the St. Louis assembly line on August 22nd, 1997. A total of 2,029,577 were produced over 12 years. Alongside the production of the Ford Windstar, a primary factor led a cancellation of the Ford Aerostar. It was impending required of the additioning of dual airbags, which would have required to complete and costly redesign the front dashboard and the front crash structure. The Ford Windstar, and later the Ford Freestar was offered in a cargo van configuration, but the first direct successor of the Aerostar van and terms of the size, its capability, is Ford Transit Connect, and put it into North America and since 2010. The front wheel drive Transit Connect is also offered in passenger configurations. A 2014 redesign L led to the first 7-seat Ford minivan since 2007. You look at Ford Windstar because I know I've rode in the Windstar before. Ford Windstar, which it was replaced. So I think it was like replaced. So the first generation of Ford Windstar from 1994 through 1998. And the second generation Ford Windstar is from 1998 to 2003. Which I believe there's only two generations. The third generation is basically the Ford Freestar. Looks like there's third generation of the Windstar, but it was renamed the Ford Freestar. So yeah, basically the Ford Freestar was made from 2004 to 2007. So the Ford Windstar, later Ford Freestar, and the Mercury Monterey, is a minivan that was produced and sold by Ford. The replacement of the Ford Aerostar, the Windstar adopted the front-wheel drive configuration of the Chrysler minivans from 1995 to 2007 model years. 3 generations of the model line were sold. The final generation was renamed as the Ford Freestar. I know I've rode in the Ford Freestar, which replaced the Windstars. Unrelated to the Nissan, developed Mercury Villager. The Windstar marketed without a Lincoln Mercury counterpart. A part of 2004 launch of the Freestar, Mercury introduced the Ford-produced minivan in a revival of a Mercury Monterey nameplate. So pretty much, it's a Ford Freestar with Mercury nameplate or the Mercury badge. The following declined the sales of the minivan segment in the mid 2000s. The Freestar and Monterey were discontinued after the 2007 model year with no direct replacement. In the in America, in North America, the model line has functionally matched by the 7-passenger 2008 Ford Taurus X wagon slash CWV in Mexico, in the country of Mexico. The Freestar was replaced by the Ford Transit slash Tornado or Tornado. In 2014, Ford re-entered the segment as the Ford Transit, a compact, multi-purpose vehicle, getting 7-passenger seating for North America. During the production of Ford Windstar slash Freestar and the Mercury Monterey were sourced from Oakville Assembly, Oakville, Ontario, Canada. And total of 1,984,232 were produced. 1,704,786 Windstars. 246,493 Freestars and 32,953 Monterey's. The Ford Freestyle basically it was renamed as the Ford Taurus X, which is pretty much just the station wagon. From 1998, from 1994 through 1998, the first generation Ford Windstar. It was powered, so the vehicles was powered by the 3-liter Vulcan V6, but not just that engine. It's got the Vulcan, the SX 3.8-liter V6 with a 4-speed AXOD automatic. From 1998 to 2003, which is the second generation of the Ford Windstar. So it was Ford Windstar. 3.8. 3.8 XS. SX V6 engine, 3.8 liter, and a 3-liter Vulcan V6 with the 4-liter, the 4-speed. I think it goes with a 4-speed automatic, AX4S and AX4N. Both of them are 4-speed automatics. And then the third generation, it was replaced. So it was replaced with. So the name was replaced. They replaced the Windstar. Now it's the first. Yeah. From 2004 to 2007, it's the Ford Freestar, the third generation. The XL was the 4-speed automatic transaction for transverse front-wheel drive automobile from Ford Motor Company. It was introduced in the 1986 Ford Taurus and Mercury Sable. The Axle, the AXOD, and its successor are built in Ford Van Dyke transmission plant in Sterling Heights. Oh, come on. Michigan. To read the rest of it, they have that cut off. The production of the final member of the family of the 4F50N, renaming the the AX4N, ended in November 2006. The Axon, whatever that is, has a code letter of T on its data plate. The AXOD transaxle has 17 bolts retained to fluid pan. What's up, Muscleman 8562, Crescent Bureau H? You need Muscleman 8562. Take your pose. What's up, everybody? This is reading the articles about the Ford Windstars, and start from the Ford Aerostar to the Ford Freestar. I was reading about that. This is reading about history of minivans from 1998 to 2003. When they had the Windstars until 2003, and then 2004 to 2007 was the Ford Windstar, because the name was replaced. The Ford Windstar was replaced to Ford Freestar. So the engines for the Ford Windstar, Freestar, had the 3.9 liter and the 4.2. SX engines, 3.9 and the 4.2 with a 4-speed automatic. You should grab a muscle at 8562. This nature said you need to send it to be more noticed. Definitely. How's it going, Mrs. Nature? Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. Yeah, I definitely need to get more notice about the found on road dead car. Where's Shonda? Shonda. Don't know where she is. The Ford Freestar, which I believe it has the 3.9 with 193 horsepower. US only. And a 4.2 liter V6 with 201 horsepower. And the Freestars, I believe they only come with 4-speed automatic. So make sure to grab everybody in the chat. Shout out to 3 of you in the chat. 10 likes in the box. Let's get more people. What's up, Classic Justino? Happy belated birthday. I know I'm sorry that I didn't do a birthday to you, but I know it was your birthday yesterday, Classic Justino. But I think I owe you a birthday shout out for a belated one. So maybe tomorrow I'm going to make you a birthday shout out. Since your birthday was Wednesday, so it was yesterday. So make sure you grab up Classic Justino, grab up Mrs. Nature, grab up Busman 8562, Chrysler Imperial H. When you see these guys in blue, those are my moderators. They give up for stuff like that. Make sure you check everybody out. I need to share this out since I haven't shared this out yet. So on Monday, I like to go back to the truck simulator thing, but the problem of the game, it had sometimes the motors, the motor sound files, it's missing because normally when you start up, when you see like the tachometer on the dash, it starts up. around maybe. So it starts up with. So it starts up. Everything was good, but the only sounds it was the road noises and stuff like that. But I wish SES software could fix the game like that. They should they should have real sounds for the vehicles and stuff like that. It's ridiculous why they have the. I know it's a simulation. It's ridiculous why that they have the. Why do they have the missing mods and stuff like that? So I mean they. If I made a game, let's say if I was a developer of the game, I would make more. I would make more like realistic sounds, the sounds of the air brakes, the sounds of the jake brake in those trucks, the sound of everything. The sounds of the brakes. I mean the the air brakes and stuff like that. The sound of the road noise. While the truck is while the vehicle is moving. But the thing is for the simulator for the American Truck Simulator game, they should really should fix the sound files for the engines. That's what they should. That's what they should start doing. They should fix the sounds of the engines because that's what it should have. That's what uh, that's what it should have. Every vehicle should have a. Every vehicle should have the sound of the motor. And one of the vehicles, like the motor coach, it had like it had the sounds of the turning signals, the wipers and stuff like that, the road noise. But the only problem it didn't have is the the road noise. I mean, not the road noise, the engine, and then the car, the scout cars on the game. That doesn't have road. I mean, that doesn't have the sound of the engine either, and it's missing the sound of the horn too. And another problem when I try to get a trailer on the game, when I try to get a trailer on the game, it freezes up and the game crashes. Hate that. I hate that so bad. They need to fix that flaw too. Because we need to try to get a trailer for your truck. When you're at the trailer menu, the game just freezes up and then it takes you to the desktop and the game crashes. I hate that so freaking bad. Why can't they fix that game? For heaven's sakes. If I was these developers, I would fix those flaws. That's what I would do. I would fix these flaws. Because I hate it when I choose that trailer that I want to let's say the tanker trailer or the reefer trailer or whatsoever. Try to put some miles on the trailer. The game just freaking crashes. I freaking hate that. When the game crashes, when I try to pick a trailer, it crashes. I hate that so bad. I hate that flaw as a burning passion. Why can't they fix that flaw? Why can't they fix that? Seriously, SCS software, fix that flaw. So sick of that flaw. So sick of when the game crashes, especially when I try to get a. You can't even use your. I mean, you can't even use your own trailer for your own truck because of the flaw. When you try to, so when you got to the managed trailer and then the game freezes when you move your mouse, the cursor doesn't even move and it crashes. I freaking hate that so freaking bad. It's annoying. So I had to start up. So so when I had to start the game over again and stuff like that, and I do the same thing, try to pick another trailer, and it does the same freaking thing. SCS software needs to fix their crap. Or why can't they just freaking. I wish they can remake the game because the game is freaking flawed. The game is not even finished. That's for sure. Ooh, when I played Farming Simulator, the on my gaming console, I could do that for hours without any crashing. I could do that for hours. Cultivating the fields, doing some missions, feeding animals. Maybe I should start doing that. Maybe, maybe I should start. Maybe I should start. Yeah, maybe I should start doing that. I mean, it's crazy when the game crashes when you try to pick your own trailer on that game for your truck. Let's say you got a let's say you got a tractor trailer, I mean the truck, and you're all ready to deliver stuff with your own trailer. And all of a sudden the game crashes. This is what I hate about why the game crashes when I try to get my own trailer on the game. It's so stupid. I already know I know it's just a game, but there's no reason why it has to crash and quit on me. I hate this so bad. It's annoying and it's creating stress. I don't know if it's the graphics card that's making the game crash because it's got the incompatible graphics card. It's so annoying. Sometimes the mods they don't even work and they're broken. Why can't they fix these mods that are broken? That's what I want to say. Why can't they make these mods that are that works? They should get rid of the mods that are broken and that is incompatible. They should get rid of those. Or why can't they just take those broken mods down and fix them? Yeah, yeah, those mods like that they need to be fixed because one if one broke down, That should be fixed. If the other one if the other one breaks down, that should be fixed. So sometimes on the bus it's got sometimes on the bus there's like the interior light shining out onto the outside and stuff like that. That's a flaw right there. They should fix that. And when you turn on the lights, everything was like bright. The red light was like bright to the building. They need to fix that flaw. The dashboard, it looked like it was like all blacked out. The graphics, they need to fix the graphics on that. They really need to fix the graphics on that. I'm talking about the bus on the simulator. Don't want to get copyright for that. That would literally suck if it did. So my goal is to get my watch time hours because it's time for me to crave them. It's time for me to get them. I'm tired of losing watch time hours. I think it's about time I should make some more content and stuff like that. And I would like to see my watch time hours go up. Everybody wants to see their watch time hours go up. So make sure share out the video, share out the stream. Make sure you share out the stream, like and share, like and subscribe if you haven't got my channel yet, and hit that bell. Share out the stream. Like and share. Can't believe June is next month. Yep, my goal, I like to see my watch time hours go up as a push content. That's what I like to do is see my watch time hours go up. as I put content on my channel. Since I made this channel, and I run this channel. Because I had enough losing my watch time hours and everybody else. And I'm pretty sure that people are having problems with that too. The common problems that they're losing watch time hours. And I think that's ridiculous. That's for sure. And the watch time hours on the monetization page and monetization on, the watch time hours in the analytics, so it shows you the exact watch time hours. And on the monetization page, it doesn't even match with that. It should match with the one with the analytics, but it doesn't even match. The monetization page, like on the bottom of the screen, it would show those 2 meters. One on the left is for your subscribers, and one on the right is for your your public watch hours. But 4,000 within 12 months, I don't think that's not enough time. They should just knock off the 12 months and stuff like that. They should just knock off the 12 months. Because it will take time to get to their 4,000 watch hours and stuff like that. But YouTube, they definitely need to stop purging these watch hours. Like I mentioned in the latest video, like I did on Wednesday. So that was like yesterday. Because I know it's hard to get watch time hours. And there's no reason why that these people that have worked their fingers to the bone losing watch time hours. There's no point of YouTube purging them. It's ridiculous. Because YouTube like that, they need to stop being so goddamn selfish and greedy. That's what I like to say. YouTube, they need to fix their algorithms. Like I mentioned in the video. Because we know that the algorithms here on YouTube is rigged. Because if I was YouTube, I'd get rid of these stupid purges for the watch hours and everything. Because YouTube is just basically making it almost impossible to get to 4,000 watch time hours and the goals to reach in time. YouTube and Google, they trying to make that almost like 95% impossible to do that. So the question is, how does people try to get to their 4,000 watch time hours within 12 months? How does people even do that? Even when they grind so hard. And I know these content creators, they're fed up of losing their watch hours. It's stupid why they do that. That's how selfish YouTube is. Selfish, greedy. But YouTube is supposed to be about us, the entertainment that we love creating. Right now it's about 11:58 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Be right back. With no participation. Right now it's about 4 hours. Holy smokes. It is now 12 o'clock a.m. May 7th, 2021. So, well, I'm going to pretty much gonna wrap this up, stuff like that. So, Classic Justio says, "Thank you, I really appreciate. I had a fun birthday. Had tacos, played games, danced to music, and more. I got tired at the end of the day." So, Classic Justino is now 19 years of age. Like, owe him a video. Definitely owe him a video. Shout out. So thanks for coming into the chat. Thank you for everybody for coming into the chat. And so this is the card for CC Rider. There's the CC Rider logo. I'm definitely pray for this lady that she sings. Pretty awesome. This is the CC Rider logo. They have her shirt somewhere. So there's a part of Pluto show on the shirt. Land on Fire. 2BB. Wild card. Yeah, this is a CC Rider shirt. Yeah, this is the CC Rider shirt. There's the CC Rider logo, and there's the CC Rider signature. I think I'm missing Friends with Benny's shirt. Yeah, this one's Friends with Benny. Yeah, this is the Friends with Benny shirt, which I believe. Okay, the pink shirt's Friends with Benny. CC Rider. Wild card. A part of Pluto, featuring Luke James or Luke Ray, known as the guitar player, Mike Towner, the drummer, and Joe Mincer, the bass player. The three-piece band. So they're pretty awesome band too. So I met Luke Ray back in 2017 at the South Waverly Community Park. There's Lando on Fire. I think I had another shirt. There's 2BB. 2BB, which is basically two beards in the bitch. Pretty much. see that. And right here, this is my T Studio X shirt. Since my other one got bleached, let me see if I can buy me another one of those. I know I didn't get to do a review on this, but this is my shirt. So CC, so Never Strange, which is basically Never Strange the band, CC Rider and the Knights. I know I'm off topic, but I think I ran out of options about talking about cars, but I'd like to talk about more in the future though. It was like Nova Stranger, believe. So I hope you guys had a great night. I know it's been like a 4 hour, 9 minute, 37-second stream. So right now I'm going to end the stream. Thank you all for coming. I hope you had a great night. I'm going to try to push more content to get more watch time hours. And I would like to beat the heck out of the algorithms. I want to tackle that algorithm. I want my videos to be viral. That's what I like to see. I like to see my videos. I know people like to see their videos viral too because I'm not the only one. The only the channels that people needs help are the ones that are small, the small channels. Like you mentioned. Remember in the Bible, like I mentioned like I mentioned earlier in the stream, I mentioned about help others in need. So I read the verses. I just got to read the verses one more time for the final time. Help each other. Help others in need. Philippians 2:4. Matthew 25:31 through 40. Galatians 6:2. Proverbs 19:17. Romans 12:13. Hebrews 13:16. John 15:2. Matthew 5:16. Proverbs 22:9. Matthew 5:42, Romans 15:1, Proverbs 3:27, and Acts 20:35. So if anybody who has playlists, make sure you have a playlist because people like to have their watch time hours. And I definitely need to get some watch time hours. I hope everybody has a playlist. Because I like to double the watch time hours instead of losing them. I just want to gain watch time hours and double the watch time hours. And everybody wants that too. Especially when they're reach over 1K or more. So other than that, I'm going to end this stream. Yeah, other than that, I'm going to end. Other than that, I'm going to end the stream, and I'm going to end the stream. I hope you guys had a wonderful day. Night, day or night. Gonna wrap this up for this late Thursday night to early Friday morning. So this is your boy T City X. I love each and every one of you. Hello, and oh yeah. The only thing I forgot to tell you, I am fully vaccinated. I am fully vaccinated. That's the one I forgot to tell you guys. So other than that, I'm going to end the stream, and I hope you guys have a wonderful day, night, and evening. So I hope you guys had a wonderful evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is your boy T Studio X signing out. Loving each and every one of you. We'll see you at the next video. If I drop more videos and do more streams, keep on grinding. Please do not give up. Have a great night.